Good morning, and welcome back to Immersive Sim Toolkit. We're gonna clean up what we made yesterday, and yeah, let's talk about what we're gonna do. We're gonna clean up what we did yesterday. We're gonna fix up some of the functions. We're gonna add some more functionality to it. We're going to just improve upon it, generally speaking. Although I'm very happy with how it is visually looking right now, and it seems to be functioning without a problem. I will say, like yesterday, we had this crash, right? And it was in the construction script. I went home and I fooled around a bit, and I isolated it to an issue where it just doesn't read the child actor component that's been added, even though the underlying function works and it successfully grabs the static mesh. So I'm thinking we were just doing some illegal things in the construction script. I even made, and the weirdest part is I made a fresh blueprint and I copied over the functionality. The exact same. And this was, just inherited from Actor. No problem, no crashes. But the moment I reparented to BP Interactable, problems. And BP Interactable is a very slim parent. In fact, I think it is just the BP itself with the blueprint component. Yeah, we just have our bindings, BPI call. That's it. So it was very weird that this was causing it to crash. And I'm thinking it's either something to do with it being a child blueprint class, or that it was something illegal being done in the construction script that doesn't explicitly crash it under some circumstances, but it shouldn't be done, and it does crash it under others. I don't know. What can I do? We could probably do it all through data tables and use the, set up the mesh there or something, but like I said yesterday, I just don't think it matters. The number of slottable, cases where this would be done just wouldn't be high enough that we need to make it so modular. It's not going to be a million different slottable things. So it's fine. It is what it is. We'll file that under we should not do that again. This is what it comes down to. Manual, auto. Our BPI should be fine. And the actors themselves don't have any custom functionality in them. Constructions. This should be fine, but we might want to move this material instance. Someplace more proper. Unable to create a temporary folder. Okay, I don't... Who cares, Acrobat? Jesus Christ. Unable to create a temporary folder. Shut up. This is based off of the pickup box. Whatever. I don't think we need to touch item slot at all. This we probably want to. Do we under any circumstances need this to tick in the same way that the other interactables do? When the player is within range? Do we enable that based on blueprint interface? I think we do. Yeah, item pickup. I'd kind of wanted to keep that consistent. However, I think it's okay. I don't really see any reason for this actor to tick. In the way that it is. Well, no, tick would be turned on. No, because BPI item pickup is put onto the... It's now put onto BPC interactable, right? Or is it? BPI interactable. No. That's weird. Well, then how is this working then if it's not ticking? I'm nearly 100% sure that this runs on tick. And it only has BPI tooltip provider item slot interactable. So it doesn't have item pickup. Oh no, it's not running on tick. The player's running on tick and it's just calling this. But this at no point has has tick enabled. That's fine then. How is it going, Dremels? What up? Man, farts. That was me yesterday, man. I like the implementation of this. Updates overlap to actors when an item matching the item to test for hits or is removed. This looks fine, this looks fine. Check overlap to actors validity. A little bit of redundancy, but it's okay to run that because this is really cheap to run. The only expensive part is the on tick here. But realistically, we only either run up to here or up to here. And then this is just a do once fire, because you can't take the item out once it's slotted. Maybe at some point we want to update that so that you can take out the slotted item. I could see us wanting that. I could see us wanting. Which might just need a bit of a refactor of this. But that wouldn't be too bad. Can we put any of this in a function? Yes. Do we want to? Potentially. We will be doing KCD2 later today as well. We were supposed to do that yesterday, but we'll do it today. And we need to do that because tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, we will be doing Star Citizen and Friday. It's apparently going to be a free play period for like 2 weeks. I've never played it. I've just promised. I want to talk about it, but I don't feel right talking about it until I at least try it. That's what it comes down to. And I don't feel right calling it like a scam or something until I try it. I don't know if the way that I play it is going to be interesting. My personal opinion right now is just go play Elite Dangerous. I mean, it's already out. It's fully functional. Just go play this. What are you doing? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I love it. Maybe I fall in love with it. ED. Yeah, erectile dysfunction. Can you like be a minor in with an E? Can you be a minor in Star Citizen? I want to spend 20. I don't even have 20k. How I can't even spend what I don't have. Don't think so. What? What? What's the point? What's the point of having a big old space if I can't mine asteroids and sell the shit? The fuck you mean? How will your journey begin? Look, it says it has miner right. Get the fuck out of here, RGX. Become a miner. Here, I'll make it sound cooler. Become a miner. Get whisked away to Epstein's Island in this grand, majestic adventure of lotion and massages. Pretty sure I can get sued for doing this. Ocean and tears. Wait, wait, hold on. What did it actually say? Hold on. Okay, recommended miner starter pack. $92? Wait, so can I or can I not mine? I just want to like mine and haul my shit while listening to some nice music. Can I mine in Star Citizen? Yes. The major career involves finding, fracturing, and extracting valuable minerals from asteroids, moons, and planets. Be done on it with a ship or a handheld mining tool. Well, that sounds fun. See, we'll try that. We'll listen to some nice tunes. We'll chillax with some mining. Yeah, let's do slot actor. I saw two. I mean, there's so many, dude. There's so many fucking games coming out. Number one, I've heard great things about Dispatch. Like, you know, everything has been said that's amazing about this. And this is my kind of game, so I kind of want to try it. It seems pretty fun and awesome. And then on top of that, Octopath Traveler 0, the new Octopath game, has a prologue demo, which seems pretty awesome. And I love Octopath. And that comes out this year. That comes out just in a few weeks. So many games this year, man. And the soundtrack is already bumping. In fact, I was looking up what Yasunori Nishiki had done recently. And he made like a song for Grand Blue Fantasy. I think this is Grand Blue Fantasy. I don't know, he just worked on like one song for this. Nothing else. And yet it's like the most banging song you would ever hear for this kind of game. This guy just prints bangers for free. Well, for free for us. Pretty wild, man. What a song. Okay, we'll just need the actor for this part. But I'll keep the call separate. Yeah. Yeah, that should work. And I'm thinking this call is what we set up. What am I thinking? What we set up the, like, other actors that would use this for. So, like, if it's a door, we would just bind an event to this. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know. This guy makes such fucking good music. It's so good, all of it. And he's got pretty good range too. Like, he can make wild combat bangers, but then he can make really good, like, relaxing songs too. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. Well, A valid actor is inside the test box. Check for full overlap. And slot if successful. I think I'll have to preface our Goaty stream just saying, like, hey, I didn't play Silksong. Like, I haven't played some of the most banging hits this year. This list is incomplete, but it's just what I've been able to play this year. Unfortunately, just I haven't had the time. I'm not happy with how you have to set up these, but I think it's okay. Right now, you just need to set up one for each individual item. You don't need to set it up for individual instances of that item. And then they should be reusable. I guess my only question is what is our good, clean way to communicate between one of these item slots and a separate blueprint? We could do like an ID based system, but I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. We could do like we did for Cauldron Chronicles and just make one overarching BP with both of the sub parts of it as children. That's doable too. And then on begin play, we set up the bindings we need and we write the custom functionality for like a, a door opening when one of these things is slotted. We should be able to do a viewport actor as a reference. So I think that can only be set up in C. All the mentions of what to do are kind of shit. I mean, they're ones that I know could work, but I also just don't like them for being a little bit unclean. Because imagine if we set up like an ID system, which is perfectly functional. We'd still have to probably pull a get all actors of class, or we'd have to set up individual actors and then just use get actor of class. And this isn't super slow because get all actors of class is returning a hashed list of actors, so it's not as slow as you'd expect, especially in a shipping build of the game. But then we would have to go through that list and find the matching ID, which doesn't feel very clean for this toolkit. Fine for a prototype, not for a toolkit. Angel Piece, thanks for the 3 stream streak. It's going well for me. How's it going for you? This needs a cleanup. My lord, this needs a cleanup. This really needs a cleanup. We can't put all this in a function though because we have a timeline. But we can put some of this into a function. And maybe just trim up what's going on here. US CrowdStrike Cybersecurity was responsible for that outage. What is US CrowdStrike Cybersecurity? Is it a white hat? Doesn't say they're responsible. I don't see any reports of that. What outage? There was a big Cloudflare outage yesterday. Oh my god, stop popping up with bullshit. Yeah, I didn't see anything about some cybersecurity. Change to one of our database systems permissions. I mean, how does that shit get through? Why would they not have like a separate testing system that they would push changes to before pushing to the like everything else? It just seems like they're being fucking silly. No, there's nothing about CloudStrike. I mean, at least they posted something detailing exactly what happened, which, you know, I can appreciate the transparency with that. And the speed at which they posted this. I kind of want to spawn. I want to set up this the facade static mesh. So I want to push all of this to a function. No, I mean, good on them for getting it out. It just feels like they are lacking or not doing their due diligence with the test environment when their service can be directly responsible for a massive loss in revenue and traffic for a good portion of the internet. Corrupted data? I mean, it didn't sound like corrupted data. It was, they said it was like file permission issue. It caused a database to double in size, but not that the data was corrupted. Maybe I'm not understanding it properly. Okay, we can't avoid a little bit of spaghetti due to the nature of this. Fucking bots, man. Speaking of bots. Ugh. Cheap viewers. I am kind of curious how many streamers have actually used that. And I bet the number would kind of depress me. Actor with an eye. Oops. Hide and set up materials for main mesh. I thought it was full detective mode. Where did you hear about this? Where is Rachel? You wanna kill me? You've gone what's the, it's like you're like in what's his name in LA Noire. You're a shareholder of CrowdStrike.
You mind saying that one more time?
Why do you want to kill me?
What?
Why do you want to kill me? I said, why do you want to kill me?
It's pretty accurate. God, that dude, I remember, I saw that movie like 15 times in theaters. With like every single person that I knew, every single family member, multiple times. Man, that movie was amazing. Living through the, you know, some of those, that era of movies. Oh man, Harry Potter as well. Like I remember seeing all the Harry Potters in theaters, and that was incredible. My mom took me and my brother out of school to see those. And we weren't the only ones, I can tell you that. Sailing released. Good luck on the 99 grind, sir. Now, living through Harry Potter was pretty special, because I grew up with Harry Potter. And that was pretty cool. And it's so, you know, it felt like the movies were growing up with me, and they, you know, they were getting serious and more adult with me. It was pretty cool. I like when Cloudflare has a problem, and like, you know, those random people on Twitter are like, hey, started my first day at Cloudflare, you know, pushed a small update and went to take the rest of the day off. Super excited to be working here. Infinity War and Endgame came out, I felt that. Yeah, they were pretty good. Living through Marvel was a bit of an up and down for me, though, because I liked some of the Marvel movies and I didn't like others. You would join the Death Eaters? When did the first Harry Potter movie come out? 2001? So yeah, I would have been 7 when that came out. 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, 15, 16, 17. So it was, I mean, it was, I pretty much grew up with Harry Potter. Like, it's the same age that they were supposed to be in the series, which is pretty cool. I mean, I still have the I still listen to the audiobooks. This week I was listening to the audiobooks again on my phone while I was laying in bed. I was Ginny's age? No, because they would have been their last year in Hogwarts. They would have been like 17 or 18, right? I am Ginny. I'll tell you, the carpet matches the drapes. Ooh. I think that's more trim. I'm okay with how this looks. What's some functionality we want to add to these slots, though? Potter Puppet. I do remember that. Can we get an in? Yeah, let me just add an inventory real quick. Yeah, and dragons, okay. It'll be like 2 hours of work. Shouting magic. Sounds novel, sir. Nobody's ever done it before. I think there's 2 things I certainly want to do. Number one, I want the ability to either show the red outline or not, and the ability to fade it in when you get close, optionally. Those would be my wishes with it. Oops. Receptacle is found that. Sounds like a septic. A septic tank. Bomb planted. This thing's spinning, goes crazy with the physics. It's like someone can't spell acceptable. Oh, we need like an override too for the tooltip. If you have slotted it successfully. I think that would be nice too. Where do we put that though? Do the tooltip. We just reset it right now. Okay, so let's write some of this down. We need a tooltip override for a successful slot. That should be easy because we know that we have collision when it's slotted successfully. Although I don't think it has collision while it's flying through the air. Or the auto slot. But I can test that. Oops. Picked it up on accident. Yeah. No collision until it's successfully slotted. Oh, interesting. Oh no, it can do that, even if it's not being held. If we wanted to, we could say that that shouldn't work unless the player is holding it. That could be useful option 2. Option to disallow slotting if the item is explicitly not being held. Option to show red outline or not. Option to show red outline only when player is in range. Fade in like screen space widget question mark. I know what caused the outage, but I'm sure money was involved somehow. I think it's this person. First day in Cloudflare, system engineer. Wish me luck. I love seeing stuff like that. Let's start with the tooltip override for successful slot. That should be easy. Tooltippy. That's not the right class. It is a data row table handle. No, don't make that private. Bad. So right where we reset it, I think I'll make a function for or an event. Find event to Item successfully slotted. Great event. Update tooltip for a successful slot. Get tooltip ID. Or set tooltip ID. Won't it bitch out at me though for the select if that's invalid? So shouldn't we do a separate validation? And then just do a switch on that? I think it will do that. And that's like 70% AWS. We were talking about that this week because there is a Ubisoft company, or I guess now somebody else's company, because a little bit of a buyout probably, that offers compute servers that are like 70 to 80% cheaper than AWS, and like nobody knows about it. And I happened to be pitched it at Digital Dragons this last year. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it is. Angel Pete, why do you, let me ask this, why do you want it to be CrowdStrike that caused this so much? Instead of somebody just accidentally fucking up. Is it like a woke company or something and we want to see it destroyed, or does Trump own it or something and we want to see it destroyed? What's the motivation behind wanting CrowdStrike to be the boogeyman? Target wokeness. I'm just trying to find the reason. Well, there have been multiple Cloudflare outages. There have been a lot. Even this year, I think there have been multiple. Room size, Chush man, how's it going? I saw Jiki yesterday. Just roaming around my city. There were two pretty sizable boar just walking around in the morning. I saw them on my way to work, and Straj Miejska was following them in their car, not doing anything. Straj Miejska, for people who don't know, is like, it's like this, it's a city police, but it's not police, they're like city security. They don't have guns, and they just kind of write tickets, and they're so really fucking annoying, and most people just kind of think of them as silly. So they were just following these two boars that could absolutely hurt somebody. Do you want them to shoot them? I mean, It's free food if you do. They weren't harming me, but I did see them fighting. Can't shoot animals in urban areas in Poland? Well, and even then, Straż Miejska wouldn't be able to anyway because they don't have guns. They're like the silly police. Actually, I don't know if they have guns or not. I don't think they have guns, but Room Size can correct me if I'm wrong. And so they were just following them in a van like this with their lights on. That's all they were doing. But I'm gonna be honest. You should shoot boars if they're in a city area because boars they're quite fucking big. And they can absolutely harm people. They're really fucking big. They weigh a lot. That's a small one. These ones were like twice that size. After a wild boar, wait, what? The most Polish photo ever taken. A policeman in Legnica intervenes after a wild boar stole pierogi from children playing in a backyard. Yeah, sounds about right. Best we can do is catch them live. Yeah. Then they'll still find their way in. I mean, that should work. What if he didn't shoot knife in the mouth, Rambo style? Look, I can't show you boar injuries on stream because I'll get banned. Look up boar injuries. It's not good. You should definitely not get close to boars. They can be very territorial. Don't forget your boar spear. Well, I do have like worst case scenario. And this is not going to prevent me from getting hurt. But I think it would be able to do enough. I do have a knife. I always carry a knife because you never know what's going to happen. And I thankfully have never had to use it in any way like that, but... Better safe than sorry. I've had to walk through San Francisco Tenderloin District. And I did keep my hand on my knife in my pocket at all times because that shit is scary. No, I won't kill boar with this. It might not even pierce their hide. Boar have really, really thick skin. But if I can hit something like an eye with it or anything, then maybe I can do enough damage to get it to run away. But it might not even go through the skin, and it probably wouldn't even go far enough to do any major damage. But you start causing damage to the boar and maybe it'll run away. Like I said, it wouldn't prevent me from getting hurt. knife like that more is just meant for self-defense anyway from not boars. Thumbs up the hands. Oh man. You don't want to get in a fight with a wild boar. I mean, the reason you don't want, like, people who are untrained shooting things in urban areas, too, is just, like, numerous. But it's like they have... There was an article about these boars being seen in this area, like, a week ago. You'd think there'd be something, even, like, trank darts. Like, just trank it, and I don't know... They're apparently either not relocating these boars, or they're not doing it far enough away because they keep finding their way in. And some old Babcha is gonna get, you know, mauled because she's on her way to Bidranka to buy half the onions that they stocked for the day. We'll do it for this one. So this... Oh, now they don't have tooltips. The fuck? You put finder up someone's ass who has finder in the ass. How would I know? Why did that fuck up? Yeah, but that would only be an interface function override. What did I break? What did I literally just break? Receptacles could be an option? What the fuck do you mean? Got your Ultra Desk yesterday? That was pretty quick. I hope you like it though. I don't like to recommend things that then people don't like because then it makes me feel bad. I don't know. I've been using them for a while. They don't, like, you know, end up bowing at all. I mean, I've had this one for, what is it, like a little over a year? Absolutely no bowing, and I have my whole PC case on top of it too, and 2 monitors. I like it. I like it. I don't know why this broke. Yeah, like it should be creating the tooltip. This was just working. It didn't like reset the tooltip. It probably reset the tooltip. Yeah, that was the issue. Where's the manual C4? Okay, problem solved. So this one will not have the tooltip, but the auto one will. Or not. I think that's returning false because of an invalid tooltip, but that shouldn't be the case because we are... This should be successful here. Well, that didn't run. Bind event to item slotted successfully. Update tooltip for successful slot. We don't have an override in there, so it should run. I don't think I need it to just exist. Oh. Invalid. Oh, it's weird, but it didn't even show it getting called. So no, it's not getting called. What the fuck? Ow. Oh, because we didn't call the dispatcher. I didn't set up the dispatcher on this one. Okay. Well, now it makes a lot of sense. Good thing we chose today to fix the bugs and clean things up. Oh. It's a bit of an issue. The tooltip for grabbing or I should say the trace for grabbing is being taken by the tooltip trace. Because we're doing visibility. That could be solved with a multi-line trace if we wanted. And the difference between that and a line trace is that that would go through the objects that it hits. And so then we could grab the first hit item to pick up and ignore anything that might be, I think, a much better way to implement that, though it is a bit more expensive. However, we know that we want to move all the trace stuff over to C++ anyway, which would dramatically increase its performance. I think that'll be a necessary thing to do, is to have multi-line trace. On pickup to ignore certain actors. I mean, we could always shove that into like the BPC for interactable and say, hey, is the item that we're first hitting here, is it something that would have interactable? Yes. Well, is it, does it have like a Boolean or enum value of ignoring pickup traces? It does? Okay, let's ignore that one and check the next thing. And then we just check for that until we hit what we want. We can do that today if we get through these things. Okay, that's working though. One thing I want to check is whether or not the tooltip changes correctly while we're looking at it. No. Why doesn't it do that? Why did we have the owner here? What was that supposed to prevent? I think it's to make it so it only draws the tooltip once. Theoretically, it's supposed to do that. Instead of updating it every tick. So it'll just update it when we need something new to be shown, but as you continue to look at it, we just exit out. I think we can solve this by resetting the tooltip owner when we want to. Which is basically just this without the visibility. Pretty much the same thing. Where do we want to shove that, though? I think we could bind it to item slotted successfully if we wanted. A little bit of a crude solution, but it does work. I don't even know if I would call it crude necessarily. It's just we're just resetting a value. But there probably is a nicer way to set all that up. Either way, that should work for whenever we update the value for that, so I'm okay, I suppose, at the moment. Option to disallow slotting if the item is explicitly not being held. I feel like that could go in the parent as a function. Or it almost feels like it could also just be an interface call. It might actually already be an interface call, now that I think about it. Though it could still be a function put on, like, I don't know, It should still be put on the parent because we need it for both. I mean, we have a Boolean for it. Make it a macro. Do we need the... I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Option to disallow sliding if the item is explicitly copied. We could make this an enum to held or thrown. Thrown only, held only. Default being held or thrown. Secret lab what the fuck is a secret lab Magnus desk? That seems really overboard. €1.2k for this? The desk that I have has adjustable height. I mean, I'm sure the cable management is nice, to be fair. I use the Ultra desk. I don't remember which one I have. And it was way cheaper. I think it was the grand one. And that's adjustable height. It's way cheaper. This one's $250. I got mine on some sale back in the day. I paid a really good deal for it. Yeah, 750 zloty for the one I have here. But the one that I bought before that was... Oh, it was actually a little bit more expensive. So I got the current one that I have now at a pretty good deal for 750 zloty, which is... How many euros? 177 euros. It's not bad. Okay, default enum will be held or thrown. And then we'll do held only. Thrown only. Slot held throne allowance. Instance editable. Default held or thrown. Check successful actor allowance, and we will need the input actor. Check actor for component. Will be the grab drop item. Component ref is we would need to cast this or do a BPI call. I think I'll make a BPI function for this. Did I rename the held throne allowance? Be like grabbed throne, slot grabbed throne allowance for consistency. Better. Okay, get grab status. Well, first, if it exists. And this function will need to return a boolean for the passes. How do we feel if the component doesn't exist? Should we allow it to pass? Can it even pass? There should be no current way for an item to pass without even implementing that component. There literally should be, there should be no way for it to happen. Because you can't... It shouldn't happen. We'll just keep it false. Okay, get grab status. Do we need to do a switch or a select? We can probably get away with a select. Ocean Wave. Welcome back. How's it going? I mean, grabbed or thrown would just default to true because we don't care. Grabbed only, return here. Thrown only. We just invert. I think so. I think that's all we need. How's the dev sesh? Good. We're implementing some. We're doing some fixes, implementing some more features for this, and then moving on to whatever the next feature is going to be. I don't know what it'll be yet. I was watching some Prey gameplay last night and just thinking how cool it would be to implement. I'm really wondering how Prey handled the prop hunt aspect of their game and being able to control all the different items. Very curious what they did for that. I wonder if I could reach out to one of the programmers who used to work on that. There'd probably be a lot of them, and I don't know which one worked on it. Okay, we need to implement this into the auto and manual. Check successful actor allowance. I would think we need to do it here with an and. We should probably rename this though to check actor allowance or check overlap. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. That's on the auto slot. This is instance editable, so we should see it here. Grabbed or thrown. Obviously that's grabbed. If we do thrown only, then moving it close should not auto slot it. But if we throw it at it, and grabbed only, it's looking successful to me. I don't know under what circumstances we might want to have that, but there might be cases where we don't allow the player to throw an item at a slot, though I think that that could generate inconsistency for players. So that would either need to be well established early on for specific cases, or we just go with one case or the other for a game. I think most developers of Sims realize that people are going to find ways to break the game. It's kind of part of the genre. check overlapped actor allowance. I think we could just put it here. Realistically, we could just do an and. Keep it a bit cleaner. Let's make sure that works. A little bit hard to test though with the throne version. This is grabbed only. And this is throne only. Looks good to me. Okay, option to show red outline or not. And then an option to show red outline only when player is in range. I think we could do this with another enum. I mean, what do we show if not the red outline? We could show the red outline when you're looking at it. So like visible only on hover. Let's see here. And I don't know what we would want the default to be, but that's obviously easy to change. The default should be visible in range, hover only, not visible. I feel like I'm missing one. Visible in range, hover only, not visible. Always visible. Which is what it is currently. Visible in range might need a refactor of our within range tick. Because right now I think it just sends it to item pickup, but we probably should separate that into either another blueprint component I don't know. Watching Unity Unite and Tim Sweeney was there. Imagine if Epic bought out Unity. Unity and Unreal are partnering? Oh, with the Fab and Unity stores? That's actually pretty fucking awesome. I think Fab already is like that though, isn't it? Yes. Unreal use Unity's in-app purchase framework. Interesting. Unity and Fortnite allowing Unity stuff in Fortnite? Oh boy. That is interesting. No, it's good. I like that there would be one marketplace. This one is kind of the annoying one. Hover only shouldn't be too bad. Because we already have BP interactable and we can bind events to hover and unhover. Not visible and invisible obviously is just easy because we can ignore everything. You know what I'm thinking though? When I'm thinking like hover only, it's like, okay, you don't see the receptacle until you actually look at it. This is kind of difficult from a player's perspective because I can see pros and cons to it, right? Like it kind of encourages, with good prop design and good level design, it should be relatively easy for players to see receptacles, especially if we're consistent about how those are portrayed. Then again, we could always make it visible in range with a percentage of opacity or something, so it becomes visible in range, but is very transparent. You know, it's harder to see. But then when you look at it, it gains full transparency or full opacity or something, right? So the way that it looks now, I could see that being interesting. I just don't think it's worth adding in, you know, multiple enums here. Like, okay, visible in range, 20% opacity. And then, you know, we boost that up or some bullshit like that. I think the question is, like, how much modularity do we want here with this? How much modularity do we need? Because it is pretty easy to refactor some aspects of it depending on the game. And I could see some games wanting... or even gameplay options. Like I could even see a gameplay option being pretty nice here, where players can choose how transparent it should be. Like it's kind of an accessibility option, right? Or like a gameplay difficulty option. Do you want to have to search for these receptacles yourself, and we only show them when you are actually looking at them? Or do you want a custom scale of opacity so it's very easy to see? That's also something to keep in mind here. We could make a float value. We could extend it a bit. I think players would feel very rewarded about noticing a slot in the distance that they could throw an item at and having it not be highlighted, right? And we just use like really good prop design, material design to showcase it, right? Something where if you spot it, you're like, oh, that's a slot. I can throw this in there because it's the same, it's consistent with other slots of this type, of like a battery or whatever. And then when you successfully do that, you feel very rewarded, as opposed to seeing that red highlight and it kind of just gives it away. So we'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. Always visible. F opacity. Visible in range. With brighter hover. Then again, like at the point where we have these two floats handling it, I feel like we don't need to have so many enum options because the floats kind of handle that already. And what's the point of having the enums if the floats can do the same job? Because if we have F opacity, then technically speaking, we don't need visible or not visible. And hover only can just be an F opacity of 0 and then an opacity when hovered of whatever. Options. Custom structure would actually be even better, I think, here. F opacity solves these two. And F opacity when hovered solves this. These two can be solved with a Boolean. And maybe a couple of floats. Opacity, min, opacity, max. But then do we need just a blank opacity? Well, that's for the fade. which I think would just override base opacity. I'm not sure I can make it simpler than that. I'm not sure I can make it simpler than that. Structure, item slot, outline options. Boolean and 4 floats. B, fade in when in range. Or maybe we can just do like fade. Well, I think that kind of automatically implies that it fades out when it's out of range, to be honest. I don't think I need to get too crazy with it. Fade opacity min. Fade opacity max. Opacity when hovered. Opacity. I kind of want to rename this. Maybe just call it like default opacity. Default opacity will be only used if fade in when in range is false. And opacity when hovered has the maximum priority. And we always use that to determine. Okay, so let's do this. Construction script, we set the material to the material instance. I think we need to create a dynamic material instance and store this. But that is being set for every material slot. Well, we can use the same material instance for that. That's fine. But then we can probably move this out of here and just do on begin play. Nice Bumblebee cosplay. Thanks. appreciated. Great dynamic material instance. What am I making mechanics for? Well, I'm Bumblebee. Myself. Yeah, we'll need to set each element to that material instance. And then we can just update that single material instance whenever we need to. But no, we are making these mechanics for a reason. But the reason is not clear yet. Doing a game dev master's? Do you actually learn anything doing a game dev master's degree? I feel like you should just make games, man. That's just me, though. Run that and begin play. Groundwork, events, environment. I mean, I hope he can find something afterwards, because it just feels like a lot of time and money spent. And it for an industry that doesn't really hire juniors, unfortunately. I wish that would change. I really do. What are we doing after this? Okay, we need the structure. That needs to be set up. What should be your default here? Right now, the default opacity is 0.5. We do not have fade when in range, but we probably want that. Min should be 0, max should be then the 0.5. With an increased opacity when hovered, let's try of 20. That'll be the default. Hey Lee. What up? This will require us to refactor the tick. Actually, where the hell did I put it? Oh yeah, here it is. How's life inside Unreal? That's pretty good. I like being in Unreal. We're making good shit. I've been wondering if we could reach out and start advertising services for prototyping games, because you can make money prototyping. And creating some pre-production material. Onerous. Just ignore him. Just ignore him. Just a troll. Lives under the bridge. Kills the mosquitoes. You know, so there's useful aspects to him, but I think we'd refactor this to just a general, like, not item pickup checker, but more like an interactable checker. But that should be pretty easy to move from the BPI item pickup to, if we wanted to like BPI interactable. I think. I mean, it would be a little bit of back end work, but I think it might be worth it. And this way we only turn tick on for things that... Yeah, but I feel like we should have ones that override that. Actors that always tick, that need to, and actors that don't need to tick. Or interactable, and have override or tick on interactable. Fucking refactoring, bruh. Oh well. This is the perfect time to do it. We don't have to do it later. Wait, where do we... Wait. What implements this? Oh, we just shove it on pickup item. But I want to move it up to parents. Ah. Wait, so we don't have bindings for this? Oh. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Okay, let me rethink things here. That might actually make it a little bit easier because then I can just move the BPI to interactable. I'm trying to think what this might break. I think it right now we only have it tied to the widget fading. I think that's the and ticking. Those are the only two things that right now those BPI calls actually do. So moving it over to interactable shouldn't affect that. We would just need to call function overrides for the interface calls. I'm sorry, event overrides for the interface calls in pickup item with a call to parent. I might want to make a separate function library check for if an actor implements an interface, one that checks through all components too. Well, no, we have that, don't we? We have check if actor implements... Wait. I have check actor for component. I should make one for interface. Everything. It's less trying to solve a problem and just trying to figure out the architecture to solve my problem. Like, everything that I've come up with today, I know how to do it. The question is, what's the best way to do it? It isn't going to cause a mess later down the line. Ever draw UML diagrams for what? Unity is streaming to 95 viewers, displaying architecture. I mean, you can. Most games I've worked on haven't had complex enough architecture to warrant a diagram, to be honest. I think it helps, but it's also kind of a waste of time in some cases. Especially for designers, like I see designers get too stuck on diagramming things instead of actually just designing. There's a time and a place for everything. What do we want to do with it? We want to... We'd have to return whether or not the interface is on the actor itself. Or we could just return the object. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not like blueprints are architectural diagrams, but there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time and a place to write design documents, time and a place to write UML diagrams, time and a place to sketch things out. If you spend all your time, you know, writing up bullshit instead of making things, you'll never have anything made. But if you spend all your time making things instead of writing things up, you'll never be able to keep track of what you're making. So, you know, it's a balance. I don't like this function. Because what if the interface is on the actor itself? I really feel like we should just return an object. Does actor component... What's the parent for a fucking actor component? Is it UObject? It is UObject. We should be able to make BPI calls to UObjects. Right. More AI slop coming. I don't know. People seem to disagree with me when I think that my prediction is that humans will reject AI content. There will be a bit of like a honeymoon period, and especially when new features and new capabilities come out. But then it'll just be like, okay, well, if everybody's doing it now, it's pointless. It doesn't have value, and it'll become like handmade bags, right? If you go down to like the local market or, you know, festival, and you see that little stand of old grandpa selling, you know, woodworking stuff, right, that he made by hand, it's gonna become like that. The value will increase for handmade stuff, but there might be less market, you know, appeal to it. But I think people will generally look at it and still find value in it, even if they don't necessarily purchase it as consistently. What if we can't tell? Then I just won't consume things. I don't know. I'll just start reading things that are from before that time, and watching things from before that time. That's at least for me. There's plenty of great content that was made before that time period. Where's the interface type? Can I just get like a default interface? Touch interface? Oh, it's an interface. 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 Okay. All right. That's one. I guess that's one way to do it. What the fuck? Why didn't I see that before? Am I crazy or I don't see it here at all. Weird. Huh. Let's first check the actor. I mean, here's the interesting thing is that if like LLMs or AI, whatever, is required to be trained on input data from people, because of course it just kind of becomes incestual if you start training it on itself, and it produces worse content over and over again, then if it's replacing humans, then eventually the input data from it will just diminish and it will become more incestuous, and so it will start to lose value again unless you pump it in with new content. Check all actor components, do a for each loop as long as it is not empty. A little bit of spaghetti, but it's fine. And we can return out of this for each if we find it. With the currently tested object. Otherwise, we return here. And this should do it. Check actor for interface, and this will go through the actor and all of its components. But I forget what we were doing that for. Oh, we were doing it to refactor the item pickup checker. And this probably needs to be renamed. Yeah, move item and pickup range shit to BPI, BPC for interactable, have override for tick on interactable. And then instead of does object implement interface, we could make this a peer function if we want. Although right now I just don't see it being super necessary. But I want to rename that instead of BPI item pickup to be in range receiver. Kind of a dumb name, but not here. Not this. This target is BPI item pickup. That's better. I don't know if that was just a visual issue or not. We still want to feed the actor into this. We just want to do that instead. Yeah, I saw the 2 out of 5 for Arc Raiders and then 3 out of 5 for Black Ops 7. We were supposed to read that review. I don't even know if it's worth it because it's like it just glazes Arc Raiders, but then it says AI slop 2 out of 5. Give me a sec. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hear me. Someone opened the window in the bathroom. Like, freezing. Oh. It was not nice. Back to work. Back to work. Where's my music? Oh fuck. Oh, there it is. I swear to God, the number of times I come back and a new song has started. No way you made that shot. I did make that shot. I make every single shot of my trash because I throw it on the floor. I'm not even kidding. There's a pile of trash over here. Like, it's not dirty stuff. It's just like empty bottles and, you know, stuff from cleaning my hands. And then I just pick it up at the end of the week and I throw it out. I wish I were kidding, but it's literally just like Biedronka bags. There's an empty pretzel bag. There's like 10 bottles of Cola Zero. And then a bunch of paper towels. And my floor has never been cleaned in the over a year that I've been in this office. So there's like every time that it like rains and my shoes get a little bit dirty, it ends up on the floor, but then it dries. And so there's just like, yeah, there's dust bunnies everywhere. It's underneath my desk is not great. There's dead spiders everywhere, cobwebs everywhere. Eh. Hey, you know, at least there's a strand of Christmas lights going around and it looks really pretty. I think you can see it in the 24 hours. Did I download the 24-hour stream? I think I have it at home. I don't think I uploaded the full 24-hour stream. I uploaded clips of it though. But I have it downloaded at home. And in that stream I showed off The Office a bit. Get the texture, shut the fuck up. Go fuck yourself. Okay, object with interface. Better. We'll clean up the wires a little bit then. Little bit of spaghetti. Ignore it. Damn, you guys on your streaks. Oh shit. Last time there were this many streaks, I'd shit my pants. Take that back. Okay, hold on. I gotta focus because I gotta move. I have to move an interface call to a completely different place. Item in pickup range. We don't need this open anymore. Hold on. I need to close the things I don't need anymore. Or I don't need right now. Grab drop item. No, no, no. This is where we need to move it to, but we need to move it from pickup item.
Mr. President, wake up.
Unhook this. Remove the BPI from here. Transfer interface functions, no.
FBI, open up!
Load 2 unloaded child blueprints to fix up phantom references. Do we have phantom references? Do we have, wait, do we have phantom references? I didn't think these implemented them at all. These are both temporary. There shouldn't be. I don't think we use interactable within range or out of range. Or not these. Wait. Let me double check. Yes, this needs to be refactored. But I don't see it being used anywhere else. That's the original call. This is the fixed one. This is the not fixed one. Original call fixed. Okay. But I almost forgot about this. Get overlapping actors of BP interactable. Well, we know that they implemented then. Because we're going to be moving the BPI to this blueprint, or to this blueprint component, which is on this BP. So we shouldn't need to check if it implements interface. We will want to grab the interface, or grab the component. Do a validation check on it, why not? And 2 devs made an apology video day 1 after the MMO's release. Looks like it was made before the game was even released. Weird. Aeon? Aeon 2? At Home Alone 2. Oh, looks like porn. Isn't Aeon 2 like really old? Oh no, it is launching now. Yesterday. That's not the one that I was excited for, right? Because I thought there was one MMO that I'm really excited for, but it's not out yet, and I don't remember the name of it. Oh, it's a region locked release. I played Blue Protocol. That was fucking boring. I'll tell you that. However, in Blue Protocol, I managed to snag the username God. And that was pretty funny. Because then people had the power of God and anime on their side. There's some new MMO coming out that I was really excited for, but I don't remember the name of it. View all tags. Where's MMO? Wasn't the new Guild Wars? Popular upcoming. Yeah, I don't fucking know what it was. Look, I just saw a couple AI thumbnails in here. Oh my god. Was it Chrono Odyssey? No. That one does look interesting though. Oh, it's Arcade Chronicles. But I don't think this is a proper MMORPG. But I am very curious to see how this one plays when they start showing more proper gameplay. Because it looks quite interesting. Okay, good news is I still see our widget fade working. So that's a good thing. It's weird though, I feel like that should work. Unless I already moved the interface over. No, I didn't. Let's add it here. Oh, it's probably, you know what? It's working because it's still updating the tick properly. Although that's weird because they weren't implementing the... Wait, why did that work? Oh, because I'm checking for the wrong... No, we are still updating tick. We are still updating tick. But that would only be on startup ones. So yeah, these ones wouldn't work. Hey, Gnarly Tree Games, thanks for the follow. Now let's implement the interface. Although I probably want to make the startup check work the same way. item in range receiver, that's what it was. Yes. Okay, and we need to move the call on BP interactable. Where is it? I've lost it. Oh wait, it's on the pickup item. Pickup item. Pickup item has this hanging. This is supposed to call from BPC interactable. I can set up a dispatcher for that. For custom item outside range. Let's do that. The only problem is we have dispatchers that are kind of called the same thing but are different. Shit. I think I need to rename those. This is the tooltip range. This is like the interact range. So inside, let's rename it to within interaction range start. And outside interaction range start. And then we can change this to be, let's do what do I want to call this? We can rename it if we need to. Let's call within player range start. End. Outside player range start. Oops. End. The reason we do start and end is because there might be cases where we would want to sandwich something in between. But due to the order of events, we might want to call it either before that sandwich code happens or afterwards. So it's better just to have both. You know, like in the case of, I don't know, we might want to call something after we hide the tooltip or before we hide it. We have both as an option. Okay, BP interactable custom event bindings, we need to set those up. And I think I'll rename the existing ones here to be a little bit more sensible. Custom within interaction range start. What a mouthful of a event, but Better to be accurate and long than inaccurate and short. You know, a subreddit that captures these new Unreal Engine 5 MMOs that if I showed you the trailer, you would tell which is which. I think making an MMO in Unreal Engine is going to be pretty tough. I think there have already been some, but they haven't been really that amazing. Like PAX Day, Daya. Isn't this made in Unreal? Mixed reviews. Is it out yet? I thought it was in early access. What is there even to do in this game? Explore a vast world. They're like fighting? Oh. Contested zone, full PvP rules. So it did come out. Yeah, Chrono Odyssey and Arcade are both Unreal. Played since day one, never once heard it would cost a monthly fee to retain my plot. Of course. Yeah, I've never really supported, like, in concept, the idea of owning a plot of land in an MMO sounds amazing. But, like, inevitably, people will stop playing. And it's like, what do you expect to happen to your plot? And do we just abandon plots? Do we leave them empty? You know, what happens with this? It's one of those things that I always see developers trying to solve, but there's never been a good solution for it. Okay, we need new functions or new events for within player range start, custom within player range start, event, end event. Didn't New World just have pre-built houses? I think doing pre-built houses is a little bit better because then you don't end up with like half-finished locations. Player range start. Player range end. Start. End. All right, let's get these hooked up. Twitter wins me yesterday. Surprisingly, no catch to it. It's free to play from what I played. And campaign story is actually fine. Maybe they adopted a book or something. Is it free to play? I thought you paid money for Where Winds Meet. Oh. Oh. So it's just micros. Huh. I'll have to try that. I wasn't initially gonna play it because I thought it was money, cost money, and I don't have any money to spend, so like, oh well. Not today. Complete solo campaign with an actual story. Okay, I'll give it a try, so we can include it on our GOTY list. Oh, you think they're anchoring? Could be. A lot of games do anchor. We've heard reports that microtransactions cost too much, so we're gonna lower them. Like, while your initial plan was to lower them anyway, you just wanted to get a good press by lowering the value of things. Anchoring. Or they start to release, pay for convenience, and people are like, oh, well, I've already sunk so much time into it, of course they need to make money. Which is true, it's just, they do it in such a scummy way. Okay. Okay. It was out of player range end event, I think is what was initially supposed to be here. And that just fully gets rid of the widget when we throw it out of range. Yeah. Looking better now. Okay, does anybody remember why I was refactoring that though? Because it took so long I forgot why I was doing it. Oh, I think it was because technically the item slots are not pickup items, but we had it working on only pickup items. Moving it to interactable, they are interactable. So now we can do fade of material based on that. That's what it was. I remember now. Andy Plays, thanks for the follow. Happy Wednesday. That's the day it is. This probably needs to be fixed though, because right now this is, what was the issue with this? This is not performing exactly the same check as this here. And that could cause inconsistencies. We only need to do the call. No, hold on. We definitely only want to update tick on the actor that implements this. We could still do the validation check, but I think we already do the validation check within check actor for interface. No, we don't. It's okay to do a validation check. And then with that, rather, we don't want to send the update tick on actor and components to the object with interface. Of course, we want to do it to the actor. So we still need to grab this actor here. And send that through. Clean that up a little bit. Much better. Make sure that still works. Yes. You can really get that thing spinning, and I guess Chaos. Chaos does not like fast spinning thin items like that. Fine. Just for testing anyway. So close. Okay, that should be good. Then we can close this. We can close this. We can close this. I might want this open. This needs to be fixed, but we'll open that back up when we need to clean that up. We need to actually implement the outline. Which should now be doable because we have the tick enabling on it. Default tick should be disabled. Correct. Beautiful. We're good there. Set up main mesh outline material. We now have the structure. And let's see what we need here. We definitely want to create the mesh, the dynamic material instance regardless, and set it up. So this has to happen first. Then we can check we can set the default opacity. Let me double check the material instance here because I need to check if we have the right parameters for it, but I think we do. Or no, actually we don't. Technically based on this, but I could duplicate and reuse this. Oh no, I do have an opacity value here. Okay, that's fine then. Probably still want to make a better parent, or whatever. Scalar parameter, that's what it is. That's only if fade when in range is false, though. Otherwise, we set it to the min. I'm not sure I can avoid that spaghetti, I'm gonna be honest. I think that one just has to exist. Do we need to update anything else about it though? Max doesn't matter, opacity when hovered doesn't matter here. Only the initial opacity. That is default 0, so they should not be opaque. They should not be visible at all. And then the goal is once they're within range, they start ticking and we can update that to match the max. If fade when in range is true. If we set that to false, it should just set it to the default opacity, which is 0.5, which is what it used to be. Looks good. We want to do this, but only if fade in when in range is true. Otherwise, we can just move out of here. If it is true, now we do a line trace for this, but I don't think we need to do it for, we do have to do that because it's a screen space widget. So if we don't do the trace, it won't occlude behind objects when we can't see it. We can ignore that. We absolutely still need to do distance to player. And the actor's own location. Course. No, I was doing get world location, it was just get actor location. I'm gonna use the same range that we do for the widget. What's the difference? The difference is when it's used, so you would use get world location on a scene component, whereas get actor location, so it's just, you know, there's like two different nodes that return the same thing but for different use cases. So sometimes my mind is not thinking, oh, this is an actor, I should type get actor location, or this is a component, I should be typing get world location. Same result, different context, different names. Very annoying. Okay. Do that, and then we update the material instance with the opacity. That should work to start with if we throw that on tick. Make sure to call parent tick too. I'm gonna go for it. Working on reusable implementation as mechanic. Yes, and all the mechanics in the toolkit. Like being able to pick up items and throw them, or fine-tune their movement. All of these. So unlike, Cauldron Chronicles or other game prototypes, we are not prototyping a game, but rather we are making a toolkit, so the implementation needs to be a lot more structured. And that way we can reuse it to make these types of games in the future. That's neat, thank you. Yeah, there's two options here, although I don't know why this one is not fading properly. This one's working just fine. I don't know why this one isn't. Weird. So this is this is a manual one, so you have to slot this manually in, and we need to make sure that all of the 8 corners of the bounds actually are slotted within there perfectly. So as you can see, being on a bit of a angle, we aren't actually slotting this correctly. But if we fix the rotation a bit, it will slot in. And this one is automatic. And so this one we can either slot in manually by getting it close enough, or we can even chuck it at the location and it will slot in automatically. Nothing where you say clip that and it'll clip. I don't think there is. I don't know what that is, if that is a real thing. Why does this not fade in correctly? They both have the exact same fade parameters, and it's all being run on the parent. It's literally the same. Oh, it's not in scope. Okay. Just print this. I'll just delete the auto C4 for now, and we can just print whatever this is. Delete that. It's not ticking? Yeah. Firing once and then ending its tick. I think I know why. I think I know why, and it's because we have tick. It was exactly what I said yesterday. I said this, probably shouldn't be updating tick within the blueprint of this itself, and we are. Hold on. I have to remove the ticking from this. Right now we have it, we had it originally set up to tick only when something overlapped it. I don't mind if we allow tick regardless. Deleting that should fix the problem without breaking it. What it'll mean is this is just ticking no matter what, as long as we're within range. But it's not really doing a whole lot. It's just doing a quick check. Hey, is there anything overlapping with it? No, then whatever. And once something does overlap with it, then we are doing a little bit of a deeper check for testing the overlapped actors. But of course, this one doesn't pass, so we don't do anything with that. And then once it does, there we could probably tell it not to tick, even though it still will be. Or do we fully turn off the tick? Why wouldn't that be ticking? Yeah, good luck on your coursework, man. See you tomorrow, maybe for Star Citizen. We're gonna be doing 2 days of Star Citizen because I've never played it, and it's free for like 2 weeks starting tomorrow. So we'll see if it's good. Not, it is what it is. That's weird. Huh. Doesn't tick anymore. I'll say this, it's okay that it doesn't tick anymore. In fact, it's better. I'm curious why it doesn't tick anymore, though. Because it should still tick. Because BPC Interactable still exists. I don't think I deleted it from the actor once it's slotted. We destroy the actor that successfully overlaps, that's fine. And we destroy the test box component, but everything else is still there. That's so weird. I want to debug that only because I don't know why it's stopping receiving tick. Yeah, I slot it and it just stops. Don't you love that? Like, it's the correct behavior for the wrong reason. Which I feel like is actually more sinister of a bug than something that is normally bugging out. Because then you wouldn't notice that it's working but for the wrong reason. check actor for interface, BPI item in range, and BPI item in range is existing on BPC interactable. Let's see if we can trigger that. Let's go out of range. Okay, other actor is the flag. It doesn't find it. Collision. It's collision. I know we update collision on slot. And I'm telling it to block on all channels. Does block not then create overlaps? No, that seems... No. That has to be the issue, but it can't be the issue. Unless it's the item test box that is the one triggering the overlap with the player's item pickup checker and not the main mesh itself. But it's not set to ignore world static or world dynamic, it's set to overlap all of that. And we're not changing we're not changing its object type. We're just adjusting its collision back to being enabled query and physics. And then just setting it to block all channels. That is so weird. No tick. So it's not that. What if we don't destroy the test box? What happens then? Tick. Is it because I told the main mesh not to generate overlap events? It probably is exactly that. And if we do that, we should see the correct behavior. That was the reason. That was the reason. I wonder if I had turned that off on BP Interactable. No, that was on, so I turned it off specifically for the item slot. But then it says the default is... Yes, I turned it off for the item slot. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay, we'll turn it back on. That is the correct behavior though, and what we could do, can we tell it to turn off generate overlap events? Unsuccessful slot? Yes. But I think there's a better way, because I wanted to have a way to turn off tick in the BP component. Although right now I don't know if I don't know which way is gonna be better for it. It shouldn't be a problem right now. It really shouldn't be. I mean, even with all these actors in this range. Tick 0.9, blueprint 0.4. Tick 0.8, blueprint 0.13. It's not really significantly increasing CPU usage right now, and we will be moving all of that over to C++ anyway, once we have the core functionality there, so. That's the important thing, and that will dramatically increase performance, because blueprint ticking is one of the worst things for performance. And that'll be safe too for me to have moved over, because I have dispatcher calls. So it's fine if that's all in C++, because then I can just add on to that when custom code is needing it with the dispatchers. Okay, so fade, let's see here. Fade when in range is working. The only thing that we don't have set up is the opacity when hovered, and that needs to override. We don't have a Boolean set up in BPC interactable for when it's hovered, right? No. And should there be any failure to properly handle that, we can just set that to false when out of range. And I think that should be fine. I can test it. I can test it. Oops. Why is that? Oh. It's just printing the display name. Yeah, and this is fine because right now, technically... Oh. Hover... should technically not work right now. I thought I brought up for that behavior. Yeah, can tick trace, and tick trace should be disabled while an item is grabbed. I thought we had a blueprint for this, or a function. I do not see it somewhere though. Fuck. Add it to the list. Fine, that's not what I was testing though right now. We still just... It's still disabling tick though when you slot. Why? I think I know the reason. The reason is we're destroying the component. We're destroying the item test box component, and then updating the main mesh to have overlap events. Yeah, but that would insinuate that. But it still has query only enabled. But it is set to ignore. World dynamic. We set it to overlap world dynamic. That fix itself. No. Why is it losing tick? Can we watch this getting cold in real time? When we slot? I didn't even see it happening. I mean, is it possible that we're disabling tick in the BPC somewhere? I mean, I don't see shit happening here. Item slot. Okay, there is our within range, out of range. That's for our ticking. Item out of pickup range is getting called. Why? End overlap. Yeah, but the only thing ending overlap is... Wait, is it getting... No, it's... We're not attaching the actor, which would then trigger its parent. What the fuck is causing this? What is it causing this? Well, it definitely does it the moment I slot it. BP pickup item. But yes, it should run for this, but it should not run for the item slot. Yeah, it's just all the components on the C4. Like 6 of them or something. Okay. What is, wait. The item slot is triggering begin overlap, but that shouldn't be a problem because it's tick would already be enabled. I mean, that should be okay. But somehow it... triggers the end overlap. Huh? Okay, hold on. Move all this out of the way. Get out of here. What was ticking that? That was the... That was here. I was doing debug tick, right? Somewhere? Here. Get rid of this. Actually, don't get rid of it. I need that, but not right now. Okay, that'll show what we are... What is going out of range. So nothing's out of range right now. But somehow the pickup item C4, which makes sense to go out of range, and the item slot are going out of range. Which is, of course, disabling the tick. Now, I could override, I could run custom code to re-enable tick, but I really don't want, I don't think that's the right thing to do. I want to know why it's triggering that. I wonder if it's because of the destruction of the item test box. And while the main mesh should be recalling it, it isn't, or it isn't in time. And if we skip the destruction of the test box, then we shouldn't see this pop up here. Yes, it is a timing issue. Okay, that I can work with. Because what we can do is we can set up a custom event for how can we do that without... Let me test if I can set it to... Does that call the same shit? No. Yes. Why did it do it so much later? The hell? Need to destroy a component without triggering end overlap. Can I update? Can I just tell it not to have any collision? That still called it. And just to verify, not fucking with it does not do any calls. Getting called twice now. Well, it's because it is That's because there's two components that are doing that now. The main mesh and the test box. We will ask the AI. Is there a way to destroy a component without triggering overlap end events on other colliders? We'll just check Google if this is being bullshit. Disable collision before destroying it. Yeah, I tried doing that. Disable overlap event generation. Didn't we do that too? Remove any dynamic overlap event binding. I did that and it still called it. Yeah, it still calls it. You can try it in the other order. Or even running it before the... delegate. Infinite loop detected. Oh, oops. Hold on. Still calls it. UE5 destroy component without triggering overlap. I did see that, Ely. I don't know what it means either. I mean, I don't give a shit about Fortnite, so... What are you gonna do? What issue was this causing? Why am I fixing this? Oh, because it stopped the tick. That's the issue. It stopped it. We don't want it to stop. Is firing the end before the begin overlap of the new item? Well, couldn't we just destroy the component first? Do we need the item test box at all in here? Is this relevant anywhere in here? No. So why don't we just destroy the box first? Then run slot actor? it'll still trigger, but it should then still retain tick. Theoretically. It'll just maybe go out for like a tick or something. Yeah, okay, so we can just fix it with the timing then. Still annoying, but at least I have now understood more about Unreal Engine. And that destroying components triggers overlap end. Which is good information to know. And I think we can just throw it into the function, but just at the start of it. Turn into Roblox? I mean, maybe. I don't care about Roblox either. Maybe that is naive of me. I'll put it this way, the average gamer age is still closer to me than it is the average age of the Fortnite and Roblox community. There is still a market for the games that I'm making. I don't really have any desire to make games for like the 14 or 12 to 16 year old market, or even 12 to 18, let's say. I'm not trying to imply that these games aren't important, just that I don't really have any interest in making them, therefore Fortnite and Roblox announcements just don't mean anything to me. That should still be ticking, yes. Okay, perfect. That's working the way that it should. And we needed that for the opacity when hovered. Game we will send to aliens? I don't know. I mean, I can't say, it doesn't matter what I say about Fortnite and Roblox because I'm just not the target audience, so of course I'm just probably not going to find it that interesting. I think it's weird to think that this is some revolutionary step in user-generated content when I don't really see anything revolutionary about Roblox and Fortnite being built around revolutionary user-generated content. We had plenty of games like this before, it didn't take off as much as it has now. But I'm not necessarily sure that I would consider user-generated content the future of gaming, because it doesn't really appeal to people outside of a very specific target demographic. I did see the new patch for Stalker 2 as well. We will be playing the game again, or at least, you know, picking it back up for whenever they release new like DLC. But I am okay waiting because right now they're getting the game to the point where they wanted it to be on release, and I understand that they probably ran out of money and energy to do it for release. Complex topic, especially considering, you know, being Ukrainian developers and at the time that it was being developed. But I'm glad that they're focusing on that and just waiting to put out this new content, because every update that they're putting out, it seems to be making the game truly what Stalker 2 always was meant to be. At least for me. And I still enjoyed the game on launch. Like, the game was really, really good on launch. But we didn't run into too many problems. But for the big patch, they announced an engine patch from 5.1 to 5.4. Oh yeah, I did see that in their roadmap, right? I honestly, I kind of hope that they would update it to 5.6, but 5.4 is going to help a lot. Oh, they want to release it to 5.5. They should update it to 5.6 though, if possible. Because 5.6 had the, like, let's say 15 to 20% performance improvement to both Lumen and Nanite. So we'll see if they have plans to update it to 5.6. But 5.5 will also be a big performance increase from 5.1. This will be nice. More mod support. I saw they released the new difficulty. A lot of this stuff is already out as far as I know. We'll see. Maybe they'll release something with the end of the year at the start of the new year for the 2026 roadmap. 5.7 with nanite foliage voxel. That would be big too, yeah. Absolutely would be big. All I can say is, to me, Stalker 2 does feel like the Stalker 2 I always wanted. Even with the lack of A-life and some problems on release, it was still just... it was Stalker. I felt it. And with everything that they're doing to improve it, I think it's... I'm excited to jump back in and just see how it feels compared to release version. And maybe play on master difficulty. Oh, that would be tough. Oh man, bullet sponge mutants. I did hear that they fixed that though, but on release the mutants were horrible. But it felt like janky and unbalanced in the way that Stalker should feel. Yeah, I'm excited to see what nanite foliage does to games too, but it has to be used well. What was I doing? Oh yeah, hover. Hover. Be slotted. Hello, fragile human being. Hello. How's it going, man? Mentally fragile or physically fragile? What are we talking? Both? Which one? They're both kind of true. Don't I have an event for... We do an event call, but I might just throw the Boolean update into both manual and auto. Drink milk and coffee. I probably should drink more milk. I don't drink enough milk. I used to have a lot of cereal, but I don't really eat cereal anymore for breakfast. I do like protein pudding for my breakfast. I don't know. I don't think it has any calcium. Probably not good for me. Okay, that'll handle manual. Then auto. Pick up item. Item slot. Yeah, I'm thinking we just override. Oh fuck, what is it? What's the function? Custom within interaction range. I don't think it matters if we do it at start or end, but we'll just do end. Then custom out of interaction range end event. But only if we are not slotted. Surprised how fast the use of Unreal Engine. There's no robust modding tool. There are some like modding. There are some ways to mod Unreal, but it definitely isn't anywhere near like Creation Engine. You know, I do defend the Creation Engine just by pure fact that I think it is probably one of the best modding playgrounds to ever exist. So it's absolutely incredible. Type booleans for. Yeah, I do it for hovered. Got a cold stuff for 12 hours. Be okay. I hope you get better, Claremont. I've had some pretty nasty colds myself recently too. They fixed their level streaming system. What's wrong with Unreal's level streaming system? Oh, you mean like persistence of items? I mean, you can handle that in Unreal. Own Creation Engine. What's wrong with Creation Engine's level streaming system? I don't think we would have to do anything other than just... Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. The main issue, why are they going to work around with loading screens? Well, it's not necessarily level streaming, it's just that they use cells for locations. I mean, it might be related to object persistence. Personally, I don't think that they necessarily should fix this, or that it is something that specifically needs to be fixed. I just think that games like Starfield pushed the cell handling of levels to its limit in a way that was not fun for players, whereas other Bethesda games on the Creation Engine just haven't had as much of an issue with it. But it's much nicer to have separate levels for modding purposes and for optimization purposes. having everything be, you know, open doors, always enterable is really it's a luxury, and it comes with costs. We can kind of just release that back to tick. Is that working? If open door. Like, what they can do, they can absolutely right now just take, I mean, the same way that like the Open Cities mod for Skyrim was made, you can just have a door there and you interact with it and it opens. But you would need to have those LODs set up, the simulations, any culling that you would need to do, and in densely packed environments, especially with a lot of physics simulations, that could get a little nasty. So it also means that if somebody wants to mod that cell, that open world, it would affect that entire level. So it's also the reason why the Open Cities mod for Skyrim is not compatible with any mod that affects, you know, one of the cities that you've opened up, is because now it's part of the main open world cell, the overworld cell, and not the town cell. So the cells do also help to make it more moddable by, okay, I just want to change how this shop looks. Well, this shop is a separate level, so I can just update this level. That's one of the benefits of the cells. I didn't even see this changing. Was this working? Oh, I put it on true. It's supposed to be on false. My bad. Working. If this is set to false, however, we need to restore it back to its default opacity. We can do a switch here, or select. It shouldn't be super noticeable if we just tell it to do that. Maybe it'll like flicker briefly. Looks fine. No issues. And then if we set this to no fade, so it'll just always be visible. We can also just set its default opacity to 0, but it should still then be visible if we... Oh. It's permanent. Why? Set to false. Oh, this should be the default, not opacity when hovered. So all of the desired cases should be solvable with that one boolean and 4 floats. Depends how you use them. I'm happy with that. Well, they can figure out a middle ground for this. It's Bethesda, I have no hope for them. $60 or $70 fall for a bug disaster. Proving these idiots will fuck up Elder Scrolls. Yeah. I like the creation engine. It seems like they're moving away from that, or at least they didn't use it for the remaster of Oblivion, which is a little bit... It's interesting. It's interesting. Because, I mean, here's the thing, like, the Oblivion remaster looks fucking amazing. It really does, because it's Unreal Engine, you know, and Virtuos did a fantastic job with remaking the game. If they continue to use the creation engine for Elder Scrolls 6, which is possible that they will do, they will need to make it look roughly as good or better than the remaster, otherwise people will complain. If they decide to use Unreal Engine, I think they're going to lose a lot of the modability and modding community that they've built up over the years with Fallout and the Elder Scrolls, but it will look as good as the remaster. So I don't know, they're kind of between a rock and a hard place here, and I don't know what they'll do. Well, it's not Gamebryo anymore, it's just... The initial reports were a little bit unclear, but I think they were doing it for layman's terms, right? They were saying, oh, it's Unreal Engine running the creation engine in the background. That's not really the case. They took out all of the rendering aspects to the creation engine and all of the toolkit, and have just used the game logic from their games and have plugged it in to Unreal, a stripped out Unreal that just has its rendering and toolkit, which is smart. This is a way to make games that I would not have predicted them doing, because it is just so novel, but it worked very well, and I think it would be great to do that for other remasters, not just for Bethesda games, but for other games that could, you know, use a remaster like this. Very brilliant. But I don't see them doing this for future Bethesda games. Maybe. Maybe yes, just because if I know correctly, right now remastered Oblivion does allow for usage of the same modded packages that the creation engine used. So it's possible that they'll switch over to using what Virtuos made, and that's like the most likely. And just ditch the rendering aspect. I don't think they confirmed a New Vegas remaster. And I think Fallout 3 was rumored. Or confirmed. No. But it is still sell levels, yeah. It still sells for the remaster. The remaster is really good. They did a great job with it. It's a little bit beefy from like a technical necessity perspective, but it keeps all the jank that you would want from the physics and from the NPC logic. So it really was the most exceptional remaster you could hope for with regards to Oblivion. I was very wrong in my prediction of how it would turn out, and I'm glad that I'm wrong. Clean up the blueprint function library. I just need to shove this into the right places. That's all this is. Debug. Grab drop. Tool tips. And not really core. Move it to tick. Okay. Happy with that. Move item and pickup range shit to BPI, BPC for interactable. Have override for tick on interactable. Yes. We did move it over to interactable. We just need to have the override tick. Microsoft is doing remakes. It's safer and cheaper than making new games, especially in this economy. I can't really blame them. I just wish I wish we could see games that really deserve to be remade get remade. Because there's a lot that are just getting remade that absolutely don't fucking need it. Sorry, I didn't need a Fallout 4 remaster. What I needed was a BioShock 1 remaster. Can you imagine BioShock 1 with Unreal Engine 5's rendering and Lumen? Think about that while I go piss. I'm gonna be thinking about it too. New Vegas. I mean, New Vegas and Fallout 3 deserve it. Like, I supported the release of Skyrim's remaster because they moved from a 32-bit executable to 64-bit, which like truly is game-changing, especially for modding cases. And obviously, both Fallout 3 and New Vegas are 32-bit as well, and they need a lot of workarounds for modern systems and have limitations on RAM usage because of that. So just having that would be great. What I don't want to see is some bullshit remaster where they shove in a whole bunch of Creation Club nonsense that I need to disable anyway. Well, just update the fucking executable and release it for free. Like, do you really need more money? Because they're gonna do it, and then they're gonna sell it for another like $20 or $30 or some bullshit. To be fair, the 64-bit upgrade for Skyrim was free to people who already own the game. It's just like the Anniversary Edition, which was, which cost, didn't it? Or am I wrong about that too? I'm pretty sure it cost. It's not free, they're selling it. No, the 64-bit upgrade to Skyrim was free. Creations. The upgrade? Why don't I see it here? Why don't I see it? No. No, I swear I saw it. Here it is. But it's just the addition of the Creations bundle, which is separate. So if you don't want the Creations bundle, then you don't need to buy it. Hey, Processor Chaos. About the subject, Fall 4 just broke my mods. I want to finish my survival run. I'm not even highly modded. High FPS physics is the one I want. Oh, so they pushed the update for free, which is part of the base, and then they charge you another $20 for a bunch of creations. If what you're telling me is the case. They pushed the anniversary update, or what it was. I see. Oh, so what was even part of that update then? Okay, like a bunch of added stuff. Is there any free creation? Oh, and then a bunch of free stuff. I don't understand. So, like, what did they... Oh, this is the patch notes for it. VAT accuracy, some fixes, nothing major. But But the creations bundle is really like the big thing that was added. Yeah, they added 150 mods that you probably don't want in your game. Why do they do this? They need writers? I'm gonna have a really controversial opinion, okay? Very controversial. I don't think all of Starfield's writing was that bad. And I think the DLC's writing was better than the main game. I played it. I played all of it. Every single quest from the DLC, and I think that the writing by far was better than the main story. You have to buy it again, so that was nice. Breaking my old mods. Yeah, that is dumb. Like none of it. I think the character writing in some cases was better than Baldur's Gate 3. And the micro-reactivity of characters to the things that you talk to them about. Faction quests were also actually pretty interesting. Especially the UCS and the pirates. Forget their name. I think the factions in Starfield are pretty damn good. Okay, blueprint function library's cleaned up. We just need the override for tick on interactable. That should be on here. Or should we put it on BP interactable? Where do we want to put it? Because we need to take care that when we update tick on actor and components, that's BPI item in range. I mean, if that's the interface that we're checking, then we probably should put it onto that interface, or have an interface call that's part of that. Is Solo Dev made a Star Citizen-like game? Spaceborne? That's really distracting me today, huh? You say solo dev, but you mean primarily one dev with a bunch of additional people that helped with it, right? And not completely one solo dev? Well, you say obviously, but people give so much credit to solo devs, and I find it just kind of selfish to claim. Yeah, exactly like Manor Lords. I had the exact same game in mind. It's good for marketing. I just find it selfish of the developer to do, because it kind of pissing on all the people that helped with it. Like, imagine being one of the people that helped to make Manor Lord. It's a really good game, and everywhere you know your game that you worked on gets talked about, it's all solo dev, solo dev, solo dev. Do it too. I will never do it. I'm not a solo dev. I don't want to be a solo dev. I do think gamers today resonate with it, but I think that there's... You can just say we're a tiny indie team. And not, I'm a solo dev, just don't look at our 8-minute long credits where dozens of other people get mentioned. Because one of those is selfish and false, and another one is not selfish and true. Who cares? I think the developers of the game care. Because they're the ones getting fucked over. Got his millions? Well, I'm sure he doesn't care. But it says a lot about him if he's willing to claim something that isn't true. It's like, you know, it's like people forgetting or intentionally not putting localizers' names in credits because they don't consider them, quote, developers, or, you know, it's the same kind of bullshit. Like this should be an enum, not a boolean. I'm gonna switch it over to an enum. Stardew Valley guy I respect. I mean, he did make Stardew Valley alone up until I think the DLC it was, and then he's mentioned, yeah, I had somebody else help me with the DLC. I mean, that's the right way to do it. It's like he doesn't need to selfishly claim that he did everything himself when it's very evident that he did, and with the DLC that he had help with, he just said I had help with it. Because I was focusing on a different game at the time. And 2 has 3 subscription pay-to-win tiers. $11, $18, $30. Like, actually pay to win, you can't buy items, and you can't trade in free to play. You can't buy the sub with in-game money. Oh boy, yeah. I mean, I will say this, I'm very much okay with subscription MMOs. I would much rather have something like, I think old school RuneScape does it pretty damn well. Which is, hey, here's free to play, it's a demo if you like that and you want to support us. Pay the, what is it, you know, like 12 bucks a month or 15 bucks a month or something, and you get every single part of the game with that. Every single thing. There's no pay to win, there's no cosmetics, there's no microtransactions. And if you want to try to purchase that with in-game money, you can, and it's not even that much. Pretty easy to make if you're higher level. Quite nice. Where'd my BPI go? Okay, default behavior. Good. What do we want to do with that? We need to do the BPI call here. We have our actor. We know it implements the interface. So on this, what was it called? Tick behavior, tick setting. What the fuck did I call it? Get tick override. I don't like that name. Also says Boolean. It's not a Boolean. Get interactable tick setting. That's better. Vastly better. Okay. Interactable tick setting. Let's just promote this to a local variable. I can use it throughout the rest. That's on the actor though. It wouldn't be on the actor. We need to grab the component. Hold on. We know it uses it though. Oh, seriously, the MMO I played, none of these key jiggle asset bundles came near it on the variety and freedom you have in OSRS. But you're not locked in a clash, but you trend everyone follows. Yeah, I really like OSRS's class system, or lack of class system. Your class is the armor and weapons that you wear. I think it's great. I'm kind of done playing MMOs these days, though. I'll try new ones, but I'm not going to know life any of them. Okay, do a select. Or local tick setting. Default behavior is should tick. Force tick always off, force tick always on. And then we'll do the same thing here. Bonds going to 50 mil now, is what made me stop. I imagine they're going up quite a lot because of sailing being released too, so a lot of people are coming back. That should work. I think on begin play, though, what we'll want to do is take the tick setting. They shouldn't be on by default. But if force tick is always on, we do want to force it on. And maybe out of safety, I can do that. Repo C4 edition. That's exactly it. Nah, it's a good test item. A good test item. Should I set my dispatchers to be private? There's no reason that they should be. Blueprints are sickeningly tidy. Damned if I do, damned if I don't, huh? I make good looking blueprints, people tell me it's sickening. I make bad blueprints, people tell me, rightly so, that it's spaghetti. I can never win. Some spaghetti is hard to avoid. Especially with events. Let's test this out. Let's choose the C4. Obviously, it's only ticking because we're within range. You can see here. Let's force always off. Should never tick. Beautiful. And force always on. And this forces it on for the actor itself and all of the components. That one is not working. Okay. Maybe failing here for some reason. Learning state trees after using behavior trees? Oh fuck, dude, I tried doing that. Oh my god. The biggest problem I had with learning state trees was just how literally every single thing, every single term and semantic is 1000% different than behavior trees and any other editor in the game. So it's like you have to learn not just a new editor, but all of its new terminology too. It seemed powerful, but I couldn't get it to work because it was just such a, I don't know. I need to sit down with it again more because I really do want to learn state trees. I really, really do. But it was a headache. It was quite a headache. Oh. Just... Rose. Oh. That was weird. Does exist, okay. Tick setting, force tick always on. finished tasking and how the transitions work. It's hard to get around. Yeah, that was... I spent like 2 days on stream. We tried to recreate a simple behavior tree in state tree. And I got it kind of working, but for the wrong reasons. And then when I tried to remake it in the proper way, it still wasn't the correct way and it wasn't working. And I was like, fuck. I like spent 2 days approaching state trees from the completely the wrong direction and just I learned the exact wrong way to make them. Game Dev Cave. Link it in chat if you have it. Why is that failing tick? That seems correct. Pick up item C4. Oh, now it's working. It looks like there's still a brief moment where it tries to disable tick. But it could also just be that it's updating it again, which I suppose is fine. Now, of course, we wouldn't want these items to always be ticking, but there might be some cases where we want one of our pickup items, or interactables, I should say, to be always ticking. Default behavior, though, is always off for actor and all components. Physics are separated, so physics are going to be ticking no matter what, which is what we want. And ticking stops when we're out of range, because we don't need it to tick. Okay, I think that's good. I don't know if I'm necessarily like the blueprint interface that is grabbing that, but it makes sense within our other logic. And that is the... Which BPI is that? Item in range receiver. But the underlying code is working, so we can just switch it out if we need to. Thank you for that. I will be saving that. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, because I really want to learn state trees. There's a game we want to make that would absolutely need it. Okay, update interaction trace allowance needs to be added. Disable interaction trace for Graby. Probably should just be grab. I don't know why there's a Y at the end of that. We should be able to throw that. Okay, I need to add a function for this. We allow trace. We should already have the Boolean in the player. Can tick trace. That needs to be cleaned up too. I thought we shoved it in like the game instance or some bullshit. Maybe that's where it is. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Get player character. Let's just make sure that it's valid. Oops. If valid, interaction trace, tick trace, set can tick trace equal to allow trace. We might need to also run clear tooltip owner. Turn no, please. I should star that so it always appears first. Thank God. Okay. Turn node. Let's move this to tick. Player interaction trace, and we'll go to BPC grab. Yes. Brain freeze. Begin grab, we turn off tooltips, but we also want to update player interaction trace. Turn off here. Turn on here. Let's just double check that it works. So right now, of course, when we look at this, it highlights, so an easy way to check, we can just see if it highlights. It does not. We drop it, highlights again. Perfect. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And I think when we force end grab, end play, force end fine tuning, and end grab, which should then force it to allow trace again. And that's in the case like the item that we're grabbing gets destroyed for some reason. It gets yanked from us. Multi-line trace on pickup to ignore certain actors. Or we could just tell it to ignore. Right now it just needs to ignore item slots. But I think a multi-line trace would be cleaner, though more performant. Let me just see if it works. Oh, this is specific actor references, though. Well, we do yeah, we check actor for component. So wouldn't this work? Yeah, but what are we checking for component interactable? And technically, the item slots are interactables. We could... Okay, let's first talk about the issue. The issue that we're trying to solve is that they receive the interaction trace, and they need to because they have a tooltip, right? And these are both working off of visibility traces. So in the case that you have that mesh overlapping the mesh that you actually want to grab, we of course cannot grab it because we are hitting the receptacle before we're hitting the item we want to pick up. This shouldn't happen. This should ignore that. We do want to work off of the visibility trace, because then of course we would not, we would hit things that are blocking it. It just shouldn't be this thing. A multi-line trace would resolve that, because we could ignore certain actor classes. But I think that would require a bit of a larger refactor to our traces as a whole. I'm not going to touch this yet. It is a known problem. But one that I think we need to solve with a bit more care and thought than me just plugging in a multi-line trace. However, everything else we set out to resolve is working. I think. Where are our debug coordinates though? That is the one thing that actually is not working right now. I don't see debug coordinates on item pickups. We moved that to grab drop item. Custom within interaction range start. Why is that not firing? Is that the wrong function? Interaction range start. Oh, that is right. Oh, within interaction range start. Did bindings get messed up? Oh, no, because it pulls from interactable. And we have the bindings right here. Interaction range start event. That should be the right one. Oh. Following blueprints have unresolved compiler error. Is hovered is private and not accessible. That could explain it. I didn't mean to do that. That is not the issue. That's one issue. After this, by the way, we're switching over to KCG2 because I gotta play some more of that. But bug fix first. Warning you guys. That might have been it. I don't know why I had this here. But it might have been overriding it without the parent call. Yeah, that was it. Yep. I think we had some functionality on that before and then moved it out, but forgot to put that back. Okay. It's not super important anyway. That was just some temporary code, but good to have it fixed. Hey, that looks great. I think that those are really good fixes that we have today. And we just need to worry about maybe refactoring to allow trace to go through certain items. But we need to look into that. I don't feel confident moving it over to a different channel. I don't want to make a custom channel. Visibility trace is the channel we should use for this. But I think clever use of a multi-line trace is what we want. Maybe not for interaction necessarily, but definitely for pickup and drop. Maybe for like a priority. That could be interesting. Priority for tool. Maybe we could store that and basically create a custom Z order for interactable items. Ooh. That could get really messy, though. It sounds good, but the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like thinking of ways that it could break. I don't know. I mean, the issue really only occurs when something is overlapping it. We could just tell it to hide. I mean, even for now, maybe that's the right way to do it, is just to tell it to hide the main mesh response to visibility trace while something is overlapping it. I'd like to put that in the parent, but it really only needs to go in manual, so maybe we'll just do it in manual. We can always move it if we need to. Oop, that's auto. On begin overlap. I don't see a reason that we need to update this every tick. So I could put it here. Is empty main mesh response to channel. Channel visibility. Select. If we're empty, block. If we're not, ignore. And maybe I'll just push this to a function for the sake of it. We can do update main mesh response to visibility trace. See if this works. So we can see the tooltip. Once something is hovering it, we should not have response. Now we get it back. The only bad thing that this does is that it prevents us from having that highlight. So I'm not sure that this is a good solution to the problem either. It is a solution. Maybe not a proper one. Yeah, it is possible we'll need to fix that, but for now we'll just let it sit there. Easy to unplug and delete if we don't need it. Okay, I'm really happy with that progress today. We got a lot of bugs fixed. And added a lot of functionality, and I probably should have left that open because it had all my bug fixes and functionality adds. Cleaned up item slots. Had a lot of functionality to them for helpers. Fixed bugs related to them. We moved interaction and tick functionality to BBC interactable. Providing more robust support to, what am I thinking of? To the allowance of tick and when it occurs. Fix bugs with tick, update 2. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. I like it. Alright. Let's move over to KCD2, but I need to go to the bathroom and then I need to reset my capture card, so. Let me reset the capture card first. I'll end the recording though for YouTube.